All right. So let's finish this behavior system off. So these activity nodes, the plan now is to be able to attach behaviors to these activity nodes. So let's put in an activity. And this activity is just going to be the activity ID 1, which is the wait activity. And then we'll just run this and see what Jenny does. So we also have to turn the current behavior tree off, which we can do. Because currently the behavior tree is taking over everything. So we'll just change this condition to the false condition, which means that it will always fail. And that means that Jenny will ignore that behavior tree. And she should do a thing. So she needs to go here and she needs to do the wait activity, which is what she's doing. She's just waiting there for a bit. I'm not sure how long she waits. The wait activity was she only waits for a few seconds. The wait activity was just a test activity anyway. So where would that be? That'd be in the patrol editor, right? So the activity patrol nodes. So we've got patrol activity. She's got an activity ID. I think this needs a behavior. What do we call them? Game brains. We call them a brain behavior. So we need a brain behavior. So the behavior control needs to include, already includes game brains. Brilliant. So, not the behavior controller, sorry. The patrol. Yeah, so we need to, already includes game brains. Brilliant. So, the patrol activity needs a behavior. And then that needs to get serialized. It's not trivially binarily serializable anymore. So we want the activity ID. And we want the behavior. Like that. And then we actually need now on the patrol editor to be able to add this behavior. So activity node, tick left panel. So we'll draw a separator, and then we want to do auto behavior names equals get game, get behavior names, and then we want to do if auto result equals canvas draw combo box. Well, do we need to do that? I think we'll just do canvas draw combo box behavior, and then it's going to be behavior. What's it called? Activity behavior dot name, behavior names, and then we want to do get game dot ensure behavior storage, activity dot behavior dot name, activity dot behavior dot storage. And then we just want to do on draw. Is it editor? We have on draw behavior action, right? We want on draw behavior as well. Void on draw behavior. Editor canvas, canvas const string view name, behavior storage. Storage. It just says if on draw behavior canvas name storage. Okay. So that's now on draw behavior canvas activity behavior.name activity.behavior.storage. Right, so let's see if we can assign behaviors to these actions, the activities. That's behavior. Okay. Might need to rebuild patrols for this. So let's just do that. And then let's launch and see what happens. And then we actually need to hook it into the activity. In the game, so they actually do the behavior. I think we might need to change the way the behavior tree actually ticks to return success or fail on the route as well. We don't do that because we need to be able to know when we can move on to the behavior. Yeah. So in the behavior controller, actually tick the behavior controller. And we tick the brain. Yeah, so when the brain actually ticks, it needs to tick to completion or failure sometimes. Alright, anyway, we'll get to that. So if we open up the patrol, put in an activity, we can put in a behavior now. Behavior test. X equals 6. And let's just see what happens when we get Jenny's patrol. See if that test behavior is in there. Tick NPC patrol. So it's here really. So the patrol. So this is a patrol state, actually. This doesn't actually have in the activity. Game patrols. Anything to do with activity. Patrol. Activity. Patrol activity. So where? Okay, so let's go to game patrols. When we add the group, so the group on it, I've got 2 patrols in it. NPC ID 2 is for Jenny. Got 5 nodes. You've got the activity node there. And it's got storage, patrol activity, so it hasn't even compiled it in. Alright, let's just rebuild this and see if it compiles it in. And then You also want to rebuild patrols. And I also want to work on so what would it be? Behavior controller. When we actually tick a brain. So tick brain instance tick is here. I want to work on getting these recursives out, these recursive calls. Now I think we could just be able to use a goto rather than a recursive. I have to test that though. It's everywhere, isn't it? We'll try it with a goto as well. Take the recursion out because we're setting up the state we need already, so we could just go to the top, back to the top again. How many times do we do it? We do it like once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. That doesn't return the tick either. We'll put return tick. The goal is to not have it do this. Shouldn't need to be recursive. I know it's a tree, but it shouldn't need to be recursive. Okay, so we get the group out. The group's got 2 patrols. Jenny's patrol, it's got an activity node in it. And it's got patrol activity, which now has the behavior in it. But it says x equals 2, and we actually said that x was equal to 6. So what was going on there? So if we save that, let's rerun that again. It's possible we didn't save it before. Group, Jenny's patrol, node, activity, patrol activity, storage, behavior test, x equals 6. Yeah, so that does work fine now. So we have the behavior in the activity. So when she's on activity now, so how does this work? Advanced patrol. If patrol is activity, so if the old node is activity, so we call begin activity for activity ID. So the activity ID isn't all that there is now. It could be a behavior. So the activity has a behavior, because have an ID or a behavior. So we're going to say if activity.activity ID do begin NPC activity, if activity behavior storage is set, we need to basically begin the activity behavior. So if the patrol is on activity, so NPC has activity. This kind of needs reworking. If game.npc has activity, because it has activity on the NPC. Active activities. Right. So we might change this to say entity, begin entity activity, get NPC activity name. So I might say begin NPC activity, and rather than passing the activity ID, we might pass in the patrol activity. So we might do that for all of these. So we might, these might be const patrol activity. And that's just patrol activity. Okay. So if activity ID is less than that, so that's actually const, if I remember rightly. These are not const, so patrol activity, patrol activity, patrol activity. So this begin activity on the MPC we don't want to check for that anymore. It's activity ID now. So there's no standard to underlying anymore. So active to what are these? That's just an array. So it's just index is less than array count active activities. Okay. So let's forward declare this. End activity. Okay. Is anyone out of this class calling that in game? Other than that, that's fine. So what we might have is we might have end activity by index as well. Alright, so let's just build this, fix any compile errors and check that we still work after changing this around. So this needs to know about patrol activity as well. It's Rayman, how's it going? Hope you're doing alright. If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. I'm just finishing off behavior tree system. Has NPC activity, so that's just the activity now. Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you very much. It's a Friday, which is great. Been a productive week this week. I've started this behavior tree system on Tuesday and it's nearly done now. Alright, Let's see if it still works. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to make it so I can hook in these behavior trees and give NPCs some behavior. So tell them to do things, or they can react to things that happen in the world and stuff. Getting it compiling up. Just made a bit of a change to one of the APIs that I've got. I'm checking it's not broken anything. Shouldn't have done. It's only a small change, but you never know. Once I've verified that the change is okay, I can extend the game patrol system to begin activities. The activities now include these behaviors. Right now they just used to be like IDs into hard-coded activities like wait for 5 seconds. So I think what I might do there is just completely get rid of that. So now we're passing the entire activity. We can do it in a different place. And do it here, actually in the NPC class, which is brill. Oh. As long as it's not broken anything, we don't have to go and fix some bug. We just need to think up a way of how we're even going to hook in these behaviors. How you start a behavior. Is not clear. Because right now behaviors that are available just tick, they don't get started, they just tick if they're available. Whereas we want to actually start a behavior. Wow, this link is taking a long time. Better. So if this is still working, the NPC Jenny just walks a little bit down to this square and she just waits. And that's the activity, the wait activity. So we haven't broken anything yet. And then after a while, she should move on. There we go. And then she's going to go and stop and she's going to wait for this is meant to represent like a monorail system or some kind of transport system that gets the NPCs to different parts of the world. And she goes and yeah, so that's working. That's grand. So now when we have begin activity, we have more work to do. We need to see if there's a behavior tree. Associated with that activity, which there is, called behavior test. How do we start that behavior tree? So it'd be something like if auto BC equals get game state, get game state, get behavior controller, ID for this NPC, and then be like BC set behavior or something. So right now, if it ticks, it just gets a behavior brain state. So what we might do is you might do something like optref brain state. So we don't have a brain instance either. So how do we add the brain instance? So I think here we need to also add in the to go through the nodes. Patrol. we should do something like if node is patrol activity and, well, so let's do template class T octref T try unwrap return storage try unwrap T, and then we can say if auto activity equals node try unwrap patrol activity. So we'll try and get it as a patrol activity node. And I'm going to say if activity behavior storage that is set will do if auto brain, I will say if auto brain equals get game brains, get brain activity behavior dot name yeah, we need to do brains in place. So we need an ID. Brain behavior activity behavior. We need an ID, which should be the node ID, really. So it should be the node ID. The problem is we don't pass in the node when we're going to start using this brain. So we need to extend patrol activity to have U64 ID. And then when we actually generate these patrols in the patrol generator, and we do to compiled patrol node for patrol activity, activity patrol node, to compile patrol node, we need to do activity .id equals output .id. Think. Or we override when we create. So we could do something like activity .id equals ID. Like that. Problem with that is that's going to change all the time. You know, if we delete a node and remake the node, it will have different activity. It would have a different node ID. So if any of the game state depended on the activity ID and was saved to disk, in a game save that would break. No other real way of getting a stable ID though. Yeah. So let's rerun this. So now, when we're actually in the MPC, where is it? Are we in the behavior control, the generating the activities? This can be activity ID. Okay. So engine config, let's rebuild patrols and build the game. And see. So that just gives you a brain for this activity, which is got this behavior on it, which means we'll be able to find it and tick it. So it just finds the available patrol, and here it finds the brain based on the patrol ID. So what we need to do now is, if we're on an activity, we need to find the brain based on the activity ID. If the patrol is on an activity, and then it should just work. All right, while this is building, I'm just going to take a 2-minute break. Okay, so got a compile error. Let's just fix that. Okay, that's wrong. So let's just see if we can get these activity IDs, or these IDs for our activity. So we've got ID and activity ID, which is a bit confusing. Like we might take out the activity ID altogether and just run our activities off behaviors. Okay. So the activity, it's not even built the change, man. It's annoying. All right, let's rebuild that then. Let's have a quick look at the notes. Wow, it's kind of loaded wrong. Wow, Trello's broken. Broken for me. How do you do a hard load? Control R. Can't remember how you do it. Alright. Well, it'll have to all be black. There we go. It's popped back up again. Okay. Tick behavior trees in game. So once this has worked, we can tick that, and that's everything done this week that I wanted to do. Might spend some time speeding up this compile. It's getting quite slow now. Getting to be quite a lot of files. Might spend a day trying to make like a mono build and see what happens. And next week, I'm going to move on to combat, which will be awesome. Right then. Let's see if we actually have the ID now. There we go. So it's set ID to 1. That seems not plausible. That's the ID. So does it even run this? Of course, we aren't loading it up. I think it's because it's then going to do this. So it's going to create the activity node, and it's going to be called onCreateNode. So it did set the right activity ID there, but then it might try and deserialize it or something. So it's going to call node onReadText, and it's going to read the activity and overwrite it. That's why. So that might not be a problem, because eventually like when we normally create these, we'll be doing it the other way around. It will be assigning it before it saved it. So if we delete that and then we create a new activity node, and then we give it the behavior test, then save it. And then if we just look at the patrol, find the activity node, activity, and then it saved it there now. So when we load it now, it should be fine, it should be there. Yes, the ID is there. And now we'll see if we can make a brain. For Jenny based on that activity node. Yes, with the right activity ID. Activity ID, the right ID, sorry, yes. We've got, that's a problem with the name. ID and activity ID is a bit of a clash, isn't it? the right behavior in it. And now on the NPC, when we call begin activity, so when she walks over to here, she didn't begin the activity. That must be because it's testing if the activity ID is valid. Here we go. If activity dot activity ID. So we might actually do bool is valid, where we return activity ID is not equal to 0 or behavior. Storage is set. And this is valid. If activity ID or behavior storage is set. Return that. And then we will put that in the implementation. It's into the source file, I mean. So now we can begin an NPC activity. And what that's got to do is get the behavior controller and like set an ID, an optional ID for what brain instance we're wanting to use when we tick. So that would be something like standard optional U64, sorry. What would we call this? Custom behavior ID, requested behavior ID. And then instance ID. And then here it would be requested behavior instance ID, value or patrol ID. And then we're just going to do something like void request behavior, well, set behavior instance ID and void reset behavior instance. So this does instance ID. This does reset. And then we might just like bool has behavior instance. That's a bit of a bad name. So set behavior instance, reset behavior instance, as behavior instance, whatever. And that's just returns requested behavior instance has value. And then what the MPC can do, it can say if auto behavior controller is get game state, get behavior controller BC set behavior instance activity ID. So what we might do as well is we might do standard optional, or we might do bool has behavior instance ID as well. And that just is requested behavior is equal to instance ID. So now we can say if auto BC equals get game state, get behavior instance, get behavior controller. If BC has behavior instance activity ID, BC reset behavior instance. All right. And then on this tick here, we basically need to test if the instance is running or not. If the behavior is running. If it's not running, we need to report back to the patrol that we need to end the activity. Somehow. So we can change this as well. Or so I'm going to do bool result is that. If not result equals so BC equals get game state, get behavior controller, if BC has behavior activity in ID, result is true. Then we need to return the result. So we can do it here. We can say it has to, so it's be like, has the behavior instance, and then there'll be something like BC get behavior instance state is not equal to eBehavior state running. Or is equal to running. Oops. So if it has a behavior instance and the behavior instance state is running, then we are on an activity, but we don't have that bit written yet. So we'll do that next. We also need to here something we call reset behavior instance. It might need to actually call on leave on all of the stuff. That's gonna like basically, because that could be called like in an interrupt type way, in which case the behavior tree would need to call leave on a lot of on leave and all of it on any actions it was on. So we have to make a note of that. All right, I'm gonna put a breakpoint there as well, and a breakpoint there, and just see how this gets used. So begin activity, and it's a behavior, right? So we do set behavior instance, and then I want a breakpoint here. So we have requested behavior instance now. And then this obviously is empty because saying there's no, we've specifically made this brain state unavailable. So it has the activity instance, right? So that's true, right? They're the same. However, it didn't run it. So the state would be fail. Because I expect if that returns false, we advance the patrol and we end the activity. So behavior get behavior instance state. So this is eBehavior state, get behavior instance state, U64 instance ID, const. And that's just literally returns the state. So say, ooh. I think that's just get behavior state then. But it might be on a different instance though. Oh yeah, so we get the brain instance. If auto brain equals brains find instance ID, then brain state behavior state, else return eBehavior state fail. Right, let's try that again and see what happens. Joe, hey, how's it going? Yeah, you can ask any questions you want, that's no problem. Yeah, I love talking about coding. No problem. And can you flood a phishing site with broken data? You mean like a denial of service attack? You could set up a server to you could set up your own program to constantly get request data from that site over and over again and try and overwhelm that server. Like ID and password. I see. Oh no. Okay, so what do you exactly want to do? You know, when you say ID and password, what do you mean? So you've lost the username and password. Yeah, okay, so you've lost the account. You need to get in touch with Steam. Yeah, you need to try and claim that account back. Yeah. So they've... Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like, the only people that can write that is Steam, unfortunately. If you wanted to take down a website, you need to write a program that repeatedly does a GET request. GET request to the website. You know, like HTTP GET. You don't want to take it out. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. So does that site require you to fill out a form to post data to the website? Okay. Depends where they're getting their data from. If you're allowed to input data into that site with a form, you could of course write a program that would just put loads of data into that form and it's all wrong. Yeah, exactly. You could go to your local library and do it on a computer there. Or something like that. Public computer. And open it there. If you don't want your computer to get kind of anything. Well, yeah, I know, that's the thing, innit? Difficult to be completely kind of immune to all that, other than using a public computer that, you know, a sacrificial computer. Or, you know, you can try and do things like VPN, connect through a VPN, but then, you know, still on your computer ultimately, if you're wanting to be completely protected. Yeah, you're not going to be able to actually put data onto the site unless you load the site somehow to see how they get their data. If they're pulling data from the Steam API, you can't really do anything about that. Yeah, like, you know, like private VPNs are meant to, they're meant to kind of give you immunity. A lot of privacy features, aren't there? I don't exactly know if it makes you immune from any kind of hostile scripts or anything being executed on your computer though. Yeah, exactly. Or, you know, if you've got an old laptop somewhere or something that's not connected to the cloud in any way. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is, isn't it? If you're wanting to actually run a website, it does have to run on your computer. Or a computer somewhere. Yeah, I don't know, man. A bit Wielder, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Oh, nice one. Astroneer. Wow. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Cool, man. Enjoy. I'm still on behavior trees stuff. Nearly finished actually now though. Oh, the hardcore mode. Cool, man. Alright. So this is gonna... So she's gonna go to the patrol destination. She's gonna fire the activity. She's gonna call set behavior instance. So it has the behavior instance. And I'm gonna get the state of that behavior instance, which is fail. So then it's going to advance the patrol, and it's going to end the activity, which is going to call reset behavior instance. So next time the behavior controller comes along to take, wherever that is, it'll be back to just using the default one because that's empty. Great. So she should be on her way with a patrol then. Oh, mint. I never 100% anything either, really. I played a lot of Red Dead 2. My wife is nearly 100%ed Hogwarts Legacy, I think. She's been playing that for years at this point. That's really good, man. Congrats. So the fail... Yeah, that works. That works. So it failed the activity because we've told it the activity to fail. So if we open a patrol up and we put back on the wait activity, she should still wait. She should fail the patrol, but she should still wait. And then the next thing to do is actually to set up something so she actually does something to completion. So she should still wait. But she's failed the behavior tree. So she can go on. Mint. Alright. Check that in. And then the next thing to do is to set up some kind of example where she succeeds her behavior tree. I'm going to make another cup of coffee and I'll be back and we'll do that. Okay, cool. So let's take the default behavior off this patrol, which I don't think we can do actually. So controls, yeah, we can't take the default behavior off the control. What we need then is a little button which deletes. So a little remove behavior button. So in the patrol editor, well, yeah, in the patrol editor, tick left panel, we'll do if canvas draw button move behavior. We just do default behavior name release Default behavior storage dot release. See if that works. But you also want to undo redo nodes as well. So you want an undo step there. And let's just see if we can remove that behavior and then undo the remove. Yeah. So the remove behavior also doesn't need to be there if there isn't a behavior. If default behavior dot name is set, and we should probably put this everywhere we do this. So only in 3 places. This is activity.behavior. And this is editor dot. Okay, so I'm going to remove the behavior. And then check that it doesn't try to execute anything. So we're going to remove that condition, and then we're going to remove that behavior. And then in the behavior controller now, just check that what happens with no default behavior. Just only puts in the activity brain. That's it, done. So now when we do this, there's no brain at all. So let's see what happens when we begin the MPC activity. So now it should actually do the activity. Okay. So we set the behavior instance. Hang on. Let's just remove also that wait. Wait activity. it's still going on. Right, hang on a second. Let's just delete it. Let's just allow it to go on. Still going on in the background. So we'll remove that wait activity. And now we'll do this. So we're going to begin the activity. And then in MPC, where is it? Behavior controller. When we actually tick the activity now, it should allow us to tick it. So we're going to begin the activity, begin the actual behavior. And then we're going to tick it. So let's just have a quick look at behavior state. So we're running. Okay. So, oh, we missed one out. Missed a breakpoint out. We're not tested if it's add activity. It has activity. It didn't get fired. Try that again. See why that didn't get fired. So we begin the activity. So let's just go here. I'm going to tick it now. I probably do want that there actually. So the state is running. And now I'm going to tick the draw if the behavior controller is running. So it doesn't. Yes, it doesn't actually. I want to rename this to is running default behavior. Because if it's not running the default behavior, it still needs to tick the patrol because it's running an activity behavior. Green screen out. Let's get that little gap in the top. That's fine. Right. So we're going to begin the activity, and then we're going to tick, and that leaves it to be running, right? So the state is running. So if you has activity, we return true there. Okay, then we tick again and we leave it, and then it caught, then we're ticking again. Connie Hey, how's it going? Got any questions, just ask, no problem. Hope you're doing alright. So we're still running. Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you very much. Just working on giving NPCs behaviour in the game. Nearly finished actually. Yeah, I'm from the northeast of the UK, yeah. Northeast of England, actually. But yeah, British accent. Where are you from? Okay. So the brain behavior state, so it still says it's running. So we need an out if it succeeds or fails, and it goes all the way back to the root again. Russia, cool. All right, cool, man. Yeah, so it's 11:30 here in the morning. So yeah, I streamed during the day mostly. Well, the day here in the UK. Just making a game. Well, making an engine. I'm making a game to stress the engine out as well. This stuff's engine stuff at the moment, yeah. So it's just going to return true all the time, which is obviously not what we want. So the parent is a selector. The parent of the parent is the sequence. So we're going to tick on the sequence. No, they're not the best timing. I think if I wanted to stream to US people, I'd have to stream like 10 o'clock at night or something. And I'm never awake at that time. Oh, I am, but I'm about to go to sleep. Oh, great. So you do a bit of coding as well. Cool. C#, JavaScript. All right. So that's what streaming you mean. Most people doing C# and JavaScript and new hype stuff. Yeah, I've done C# as well, and I've written some websites that have needed JavaScript. I don't know if I'd ever stream that stuff. Oh, nice. Yeah, cool. So you're writing things to go on chips. That's mint. That's really good. I've not had much experience with that, really. I did a few years ago, well, a long time ago. So when I was finishing school, I did a project. There was assembler on a chip, and I made a guitar tuner. Oh, cool, microcontrollers, yeah. It's a lot of fun, that. So yeah, it was a microcontroller that I made the guitar tuner for, so wired up some hardware into a board, and then it had a chip that you could burn assembler onto. Yeah, and do stuff like that. So we're back at the root now. Yeah, I rarely use assembler as well. It's just what they had at school when I was there. I was finishing school. It's just what it was. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but the engine stuff's not really assembled. Not really assembled. I've written stuff to do with like SIMD, and written assembler, you know, wide register stuff. None of that's in this engine though. That was in a few engines ago when I was learning about all that stuff. No, it's not open source, unfortunately. Maybe one day. Not now, though. So we're at the root, right? So what we could say, we visited 4 nodes. How many nodes does the brain have? Six nodes. we need to know. I suppose if we're at the root, we can just say we failed. It's not for work. It's a hobby thing. I don't know. I haven't made it open source really. I think I might open the code up when it's mature enough. So I've been developing the game for like 18 months. The engine for about 18 months. So it's not really there yet. I also don't want to kind of fall into trying to maintain it. You know, if people want to download it and use it, and then I change something and it breaks their application or whatever, their project, I don't want to have to deal with that, if you know what I mean. But it's really just a hobby. It's just trying to get better at programming, really. So that means we've come back up to the root. Okay, so let's just see what happens. See if we can catch where we need to early out. Okay. So the current node is the root. And that's what we visited. So we're setting a sequence. We're ticking on the action now. Yeah, exactly. You could have those messages, but I bet you would still get people messaging you, even if you put those on. You know, one day if I do a Patreon or something, and people really want to look at it, I might make it like give access through a Patreon tier or something. I don't know. I've not really thought about it. Okay, so we're back up in the sequence. I'm on the selector. Then we're going to tick an action again. And then we're back up to the sequence. And then we're back up to the root. So I wonder actually, if we get back to the root, maybe that is just the exit. Maybe that is just the exit. So if we can't find the node, it's definitely fail. Otherwise we could do that there. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you can talk about coding. I love talking about coding. But yeah, man. Yeah, is your stuff public? Because I'll have a look at your stuff. If you don't mind. So we've changed that a bit now. So we're at the root. Now we're at the action. Now we're at the action. And now we're at the sequence. And now we're at the selector. And now we're at the action. And now we're at the action. And now we're back at the sequence. So the sequence failed. Maybe that actually doesn't need to be there. Sequence should be succeeding. So we're running on the root. We're running on the action. And now we're running back on the sequence. And now we're on the selector. Now we're on the action again. Action again. Back on the sequence. And now we're on the root with success. Okay. So we say if just check again. So the first time we come down, we just want it to be running. So we're running. And then the next time we're here, we're at success. So we're going to say if behavior state is equal to running, we do that. Else we just return the behavior state. So we're running now. And then next time we see the root, we have succeeded. So now we have succeeded. The NPC, wherever we are, there it is. And we check. The brain behavior state is success. And we advance the patrol. Okay. So in the behavior controller now, when we do these, let's return a fail there. See what happens. Set the first child node. Set current node. So the child is this sequence, right? And now we're on this action. Turns running. And then we do it again. This time it should return fail. Call on leave. Fail. Go back up to the route. Fail. So we just return fail. So we could probably empty the visited nodes both situations. And then it failed it. We advance the patrol. I think that's great then. So that's working. Let's keep this. Let's try and get rid of these recursive calls to tick. So we're just going to say top of tick, right? And then these ticks here. Should say go to top of tick. Let's try that. This should take the recursion out if it works. Printed is the action node. Totally worked fine. So let's change that back to success. So if this works, we can move on to making an interesting example. So we're in the action now. Still on the action node. So we're back on the sequence. It was a success. So we go to the top of the tick. Now we're on a selector. And now on the other action node, so we go back up to the sequence node. And there's no more available children. And now we're back up at the root node. We're not running, so we just return back that it succeeded. Brilliant. Right. So we might just leave that like that. Might just leave the recursive, non-recursive in. So we'll just say something like define main instance tick recursive. I'll tick with goto. Just in case we do find any bugs later. Okay. So let's just check then. Let's go on the MPC. Let's just log the result of this tick. Wherever we are. Behavior controller tick. So let's use the log line of state. Let's get rid of these breakpoints. I'll look down here and just see what happens. It failed a couple of running success. So it ran for 2 frames. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the way these are. So the action one, this is going to be a float. And action 2 is going to be a float, right? So when we tick that, we're going to go t plus equals dt2. And we say if t is greater than 1. So that's going to tick for a second. And that's going to tick for 2 seconds. So what we're going to do there is we're going to go log line ticking test action. And then we're just going to go log line ticking test action 2. Right, we're back in 2 minutes. So only tick test action there. Didn't tick test action 2. Let's test tech. Let's just check that test action 2 is the actual action. Now it's going to tick test action twice. So another thing is it should be 3 seconds. So let's do T. Didn't seem like 3 seconds to me. No, it's 2 seconds because test action 2 is not actually set on the graph there. So if we open up the brain, we basically swap them around. So that's test action 2. So we do test action 2 first. We'll do test action, then test action 2. That's what we'll do. Yeah. So she did 2 actions there. So if we return fail there, whoops. If you should do test action 2, then test action again. Test action 2, test action again. That's awesome. Okay, another thing I want to do is if we put this as the default behavior, so if we make behavior test the default behavior, right? It's gonna return success every couple of frames. Whereas now it's gonna return success after 3 seconds. What do we want it to do after it return success or fail? If it's a default behavior, do we want to try it again? Okay, so it just returns success over and over again. Ah. So where does begin get called? So we have to reset the root ID to the current root ID to 0. The current root ID of brain to be 0 to call begin again. So if we want to reset the brain instance, we want void reset. It's just current node ID equals 0. It's another one. Current root node ID equals 0. And then we may as well set visited nodes. Empty that and set state, behavior state to fail. So is running default behavior, right? We need to what we're going to do, right? So if you set the behavior, if it's running, we don't do the patrol. If it returns success or fail, we do the patrol. I think that is what we want to do. So behavior state is success. There now. So it's not running it anymore. Do we want to reset it? So I think maybe there we do reset default behavior. Maybe, yeah, actually. And then in the game state, if BC and BC is running default behavior, so if BC is running default behavior, return. Whoops. Else we do BC reset default behavior. Reset behavior instance. What does that do? Yeah, reset default behavior. So that means it should run till it succeeds or fails, and then it will rerun again. But it will let the actual movement controller patrol take over control of the NPC. So what that's going to look like for this particular graph is it's going to like keep pausing. So she's going to do it. And she's going to run. Oh, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Because it didn't build. Didn't it? It's even got a compiler in it. That's weird. There we go, so it's keeping going. That's the behavior we want. And then if there was going to be a condition where this failed, it would ignore it. Yeah, there we go. So we're done. Brilliant. So the next step is we're just going to put in a couple of actions, right? We'll put in the move to action. And it'll be a trigger ID. I think. Oh, it could be a position. So we're going to change this action name to behavior action, move to location. Move to NPC location. Or like confront NPC. Move next to NPC, I think we'll say. This is going to be a real action. And then we're just going to have ENPC ID. NPC. Yeah. And then we're just going to have to save the NPC. And then we draw this. That. You don't really need leave. I don't think in this case. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have the actual state, eBehavior state, behavior state. And then this just returns the behavior state. No, this just returns the behavior state. And we want to get a list of NPCs. And then we want to do the canvas, draw combo box, NPC, ob.npc, and then when we enter, we just want to do if so behavior state, right, we're going to go behavior state, let's fail, and then we're just going to return the behavior state, and we want to say if auto, so we're going to go auto PC, let's go auto game state, game state get playable character, if auto playable characters movement controllers equals game state dot get movement controller playable character. We do playable characters movement controllers get interaction bounds, get interaction radius. So this is auto R in the if get facing direction, so that's in the animation controller. So if there's an animation controller, what I'm trying to do now is make an action where the playable character or Jenny moves next to the NPC. So where the playable character moves to next to the NPC. Maybe want to get to where Jenny moves next to the NPC. So that means the brain instance needs the entity ID as well. That is operating on. I don't think the brain has an entity ID. No. All right. So in the behavior controller, let's just get the compiler to tell me where the error is. So this is just ID. This is ID as well. All right, so yeah. So we want the facing direction. So we want the animator controller of the playable character. So it's not the playable character, it's the NPC. So maybe we could call this move next to playable character. Or we could just not do this and just do NPC here. Get facing direction is left, is right. We're facing no left, sorry. Then R equals minus R. So we want the actual position. So auto test position equals this is NPC movement controller. Whoops. NPC movement controller. The NPC movement controller I'm going to call this Dest movement controller. Dest MC. Get position. Plus vec2 R0. And then we want to go if auto MC equals game state get movement controller for the brain entity ID MC move to the desk position. So I'm going to do need the walk speed as well, so standard optional float. Do speed equals AC, get walk speed. So that's speed. And the position what is it? If P, so we need to actually put this in behavior state equals success. So if you can move there, else the behavior state is fail. Kenny, thanks for the follow. Got any questions? Just asked. Yeah, no problem. I will, yeah. Sounds awesome. Yeah, I've got a Discord server on my... If you go to the Twitch, my Twitch channel, there's a link to it there. But yeah, I'll add you, yeah, no problem. I'll do it after the stream if that's alright. Hope you're alright. Thanks for the follow. And then we just want to go behavior state is running. Okay. Let's see then. So let's open back the patrol up. I'm going to remove that behavior. But this activity, no. We're not going to remove that behavior. I'm going to set it. No, yeah, I'm going to open the brain, and then this is going to be move next to NPC hero. Action. Right. So let's see if she even gets here. So she should walk over to that box, and then this behavior tree should kick in. It does not. Oh, I've got a false condition on the tree. I think that's why. Oops. So let's open up the tree again, or the brain. Remove that condition. False condition means it doesn't work at all. So you can turn it off basically. Yeah, so actually let's remove that, and we'll just do it directly on the activity. So she'll walk over there, and the behavior tree should kick in. It does. Animation control. It didn't find an animation controller for the hero. Definitely has one. Maybe it did, maybe it's just because we actually do want to set the walk speed all the time. It just doesn't have, I was not facing left. Yes, speed 1.5. So we're going to move to there. We'll call an enter over and over again. Why are we calling enter? Okay, we need to follow this through. Okay. Sequence. So we're calling set current node. Then we want to call on enter. And then we're going to tick this action. Which returns a behavior state running. So we log running. Ooh, we're back on route now. I wonder if it's because on the NPC, not in the game state here, we're calling set else if BC has behavior instance. So we only want to reset if we don't have the behavior instance, a behavior instance. Okay. So I'm facing right. So she's going to walk up. So we actually want to get the facing direction. And we want to do so we want to do dest AC and then the source AC. That over, and then we just have to set the source AC set how do I set the face direction? We don't have that. Face towards, face. Not the best names. Face. Dest AC. No, it's just face towards, isn't it? P. So we don't actually need the dest AC. Okay. Didn't face. Face towards P. Oh no, it's not face towards P. It's to face towards the NPC. Position. And I actually think that this interaction radius thing is too small. So we'll just say R equals 2 for now. So this has the NPC walking towards the hero. So Jenny, she goes over there. Brilliant, that's actually working. So let's make this behavior tree run under the condition I am inside a trigger. So that trigger. So I'm gonna have a condition. Trigger inside there. So this is only going to run if I am inside that trigger. So let's just move this trigger a bit closer. Like here maybe. Actually nearly there though. So let's make this on the patrol as well. Defaultly on the patrol now. So the behavior, we'll do a test. Behavior is on the control. On the patrol, I mean. So she's going to go about and do a thing. If I walk into this trigger, oh, it's this trigger. So we are running it, it's just it's unpaused, it's the patrol. Jenny is paused there. So it is running the default behavior. Why are you not moving, Jenny, then? Tick roaming for the playable character. Oh. So that needs to go there. Okay. So that looked a bit dodgy, but that's because she got on the... We need to do some more logic in the actual action. Yeah. So the action's causing that to go weird. So we have to fail it basically if the NPC is on the monorail or is fast traveling or something. So the NPC there. Now where are we? Game state. So it handles the control. So we need to get the patrol, the current patrol for the NPC, and if the patrol has if the patrol is paused, we can't do it, I think. Hello, you alright? Yeah, you alright? Cold in it, you have to shut the window. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. Kind of nearly. Normally make a YouTube video, but I've not finished what I'm doing, so. So if the patrol is paused, we have to do that on tick as well. I think that'll be fine actually. Probably don't need to do that tick, which means it's causing fail immediately. Wrong logic. If patrol and patrol paused. So we can only alter patrols that are not paused. It didn't work, man. Should fail it. Oh, it's the wrong hero. The wrong patrol, sorry. The patrol is for brain.entity_id. And this is static cast EMPC ID. Brain entity ID. So this should fail. I might want it to fail. Fail. Again, fails there, which is good. Because a patrol is paused. Okay, so if we go to where she is going. Yeah, alright, cool. So I want another one where I can send a begin dialogue event. How does that work? Is it engine events? Engine event types. Try begin dialogue. Dialogue ID, dialogue node ID. Okay. I want it to actually speak. So we're going to have action begin dialogue, and then probably want the NPC who's, well, we probably just want the dialogue ID. The dialogue node ID. And then these need to be filled out. And this needs to be filled out. And then this needs to be added to that list. So in the engine event types for begin dialogue, we have this draw here. Basically the same. So it's only dialogue ID that we change. Actually, not dialogue node ID. So that's eBehavior state fail. Oops. Get editor colors. Include LibVM engine editor colors. Editor colors. And the content cache. And editor window. Alright, so this should allow me to do an action node that begins dialogue. Right, so let's put that in. So this will be begin dialogue. Then we're going to open Jenny's dialogue. And then all this has to do is so on enter it has to do, so we need the behavior state again. And then we need to do behavior state. Fail. And then we return the behavior state there, and we return the behavior state there. And we do get engine events. Right. Send e-event try begin dialogue. Dialogue ID equals dialogue ID. And then we have to go get game dialogue, get current dialogue. dialogue get ID equals dialogue ID. Behavior state is running. So I'll set it to success. If you get the current dialogue and it's this dialogue, then it's still running. Okay, let's try that. So I should walk up, and after Jenny walks up, she should speak to me. Check it actually. I should run through it with the breakpoints first. Step through it. Now, while it's compiling, I'm just going to be 2-minute break. Won't be long. All right. So I need to go over to this one here. So she's going to walk up towards me, and then the dialogue node should kick in. Okay, so that didn't set the dialogue. Let's try that again. See why it didn't set the dialogue. Called try begin dialogue. So who's listening to that? Oh, 'cause it's doing it on the end of the frame. Okay. So I think the way to make that work is it has to return success. Then we get rid of this. We kind of need to check if the dialogue exists, or the dialogue ID exists. No, that's wrong. This needs to be returned running. So this is still going to fail because this comes through on the same frame. Not the next frame. So we could straight up just do begin dialogue. So rather than the try. Let's see what that does. As long as that doesn't go on the end of the frame as well, actually. So that should work. So try begin dialogue won't execute till the end of the frame. So it doesn't set the current dialogue till the next frame. So we can't immediately test if it's set. But we can with begin dialogue. So she walks over. To see if this works. Well, we'll just send the event. There we go, it's running. And then when we tick while it's running. Basically. Which goes off. Oh, that's an error, that. That's okay, so what's going on there? It's constantly doing this. It's constantly trying to spawn dialogue. Because it's constantly trying to rerun this. Rerun this behavior tree. So we could, for now, say if behavior state is equal to a behavior state success, just return success and see if that fixes it, unless it resets the behavior state somewhere else, which I don't think it does. Okay, so what I might do is put it I might actually put it, like, remove it from the default behavior. Just have it on the activity node. And then because the behavior, yeah, it's been triggered all the time. The condition for the behavior to be triggered is always true. So it keeps triggering it again. I need to actually catch her when she goes to that. So it should be on enter. That would stop that. Actually. That would stop that. Let's try that then. So that means we can take that. So this brain here, the condition is actually on enter. And then the patrol can actually listen to it. Yeah, the patrol won't keep triggering it. That means this needs to go away. So if I just go over here now, she should come up to me. Ah, no. So it's doing it one time. Yeah, that should work properly. If that's not working properly, it's a bug. So I enter the trigger. She's not playing the dialogue. It's because we're testing the root node every frame. Yeah, it's because we're testing every frame and it only enters it on one frame. So an enter's not correct. It is inside. Keep firing this behavior tree every frame. Question is, do we want to change that? It's going to try it immediately again. Yeah. So how do I actually do this? I think it's got to fire once to completion. So we need to basically see, we need to listen for so we've got to fire it once and then reset when we leave the trigger. We could do it actually on the behavior itself. We'll call him begin again. So I think begin should return a state, right? And that says behavior state begin. And then on begin for the behavior itself, we return an behavior state. Probably actually on tick as well. Let's check that. State equals believe. And then we'll say if state is equal to eBehavior state running, do that. States fail now. Not sure. So she's going to come back up. Cool. So now so it calls run, it starts running. It didn't call begin again. So we're just running this dialogue. To be break when value. Well. So let's just say if behavior state is success, will it break there? Meaning the dialogue ended. We need to know when to start running this tree again. So running the tree over and over again. Okay. So it is successful. So we're running another action there. Hang on, let's just take this action out. Take this test action out. So it'll move and then it will do the dialogue. And then we do success. Going back up the sequence, back up to the root. We set it to be running though. Yes, so the tick there. Was it? Let's start that again. Because it's here that I want to see. I think that's setting it maybe to running. So behavior state is success, right? So something say it's running there. Who set it to running there? Missed that. Oops. So we're in the sequence. So no, that's the sequence node. It's there. So on tick doesn't change it. So it should be on enter that really, on enter trigger. We start ticking that behavior sequence. Then we need to actually to know when to stop ticking it. So we need to stop ticking this behavior sequence now. When I click E now, I need to stop ticking it until I move off the trigger. So that basically, this needs to return fail now. It's not the best way to do it though. So we'll run it. And return fail now. But then the next time we tick it, you see, oh, it works okay, which is fine now. So she won't bother. Problem is that's linked specifically, so now we can't ever get the thing to fire again. The behavior tree to fire again. So we need to kind of come up with some kind of way for behavior trees to not fire. There we go. And she goes back to her usual. So it won't fire again now. Just failing over and over again. How would we do that? So basically, it's gonna fire when we're inside a trigger. So we'll move. So we only want it to fire actually once until we're outside of the trigger again. So we could do something like, could do a wait until we're outside the trigger, but that would make the NPC just stand there. Basically want to temporarily stop firing this be the best way to go about that. So it might be something to do like an action which is like a yield action. So you have this as a yield action, and what that does is it has a yield condition on. So the yield condition could be exit, or inside the trigger, which means this just runs. Yeah, but again, that will just make the NPC stand there. What I want the NPC to do is to not pay attention. Not do this behavior until I leave the trigger, till the playable character leaves the trigger. So you could have a yield on here, which would fail this route until. So we could have like a yield condition, conditions, and a yield condition. And yield conditions will be like once you're in. Don't know. You play it all the way to success or fail, and then you yield. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Right.
No, tea would be great. Yeah. Thanks.
I'm just a tea boy.
I think that's probably the best idea so far. So you play it, this will get played until success or fail reaches the route. And then it will yield until a condition is met or conditions are met. Which would be hero exited. Hero has exited the trigger. So like leave there. That'd be the condition. Alright, let's try that. That's a bit more work. I'm not going to get this YouTube video edited. To do that the weekend. Which means on the brain editor, on the root node, we actually need behavior root. We need an array of engine conditions called yield conditions. Check how you spell yield. Not like that. Like this. And then we can just do root.yield conditions. Root.yield conditions. And yield conditions. Root.yield conditions. Like that. And then in the brain editor, sorry, we tick in the left panel. We basically want to do conditions. So this bit of code here. And these are called yield conditions. And these conditions are root, what's it? Behavior, root, what do we call it? It's just root. Root dot yield conditions. All right, so I'll add in a yield condition, which basically is you run it to success or fail, and then you stop running while the yield condition is true. Oh, the yield condition's the best name. Suspend conditions. Or resume condition. Maybe resume conditions is better. Resume conditions is maybe better. So if the conditions are when execution can resume, I think that is better. Oh. Call this resume conditions. So now that means we can say the resume condition, if there are no resume conditions, it just resumes immediately. If there are resume conditions, it won't resume until those conditions are true. Thank you. Who's there?
Yeah, just there.
Alright, yeah, have to watch out for that. And then, so what we'll put in that resume condition, and then we just have to code that into the actual behavior controller. And that should sort that out. Yeah, I thought I was done. There's always something. Taking a long time to link again. So let's add this resume condition in. So the brain root now has a resume condition. Just copy this trigger ID. Oh look, we've got some problems there. So it looks like these icon buttons. Hang on, what was the problem? Something to do with the ID. So yeah, this is definitely broken. So if we make giving them the same ID, so we just want to do another do that again. That'll be fine, I think. I'll just generate unique IDs. All right. So let's check this works. Didn't generate unique IDs. What's going on there then? Oh, it did. It's not for the plus icon for some reason. Oh. Just do UI scope ID there. That might actually mean we don't even need to put that there anymore. Yeah, that's worked. So the resume condition is that we leave that trigger. That's the resume condition. So if we save that and then on the behavior controller. We're actually making brain instances. Here it is. Let's just see if we have actually compiled in those resume conditions. So the root node, that's a behavior root, which has one resume condition, which is any condition of trigger, which we leave that trigger. So it's, yes, that's it. Okay, so now we need to somehow so when we begin, again, second time, the node is a root node. It has the root on it with resume conditions, right? Now, when we tick in it, if we get to here, this is basically our success or fail point for the entire thing, the entire tree, right? So that was a success. So I think we need to say if state is not equal to running, we need to do brain enable resume conditions like that. So void enable resume conditions, and then we're going to say bool resume conditions enabled equals true. And then the next time we call begin, we need to say if resume conditions enabled, what was it? Where did we just put the Why can't we do that? We've done it on the wrong one. We've done it on the wrong one, that's why. Getting tired now. So that's just resume conditions enabled equals true. All right. So that means on the begin, if resume conditions enabled, and every condition true, root, well, we need to do auto behavior root equals node try and wrap behavior root. Music's gone. Okay. Oops. And then we say, if every condition true, behavior root, resume conditions enables equals false. Else, return behavior state. Okay, cool. Let's see what happens then. So that should mean that she should come over and talk to us, and then the resume conditions will kick in. And it won't. It will keep trying to play the behavior tree, but the resume conditions will prevent it from playing until we leave that trigger. Actually, she talks to us. So we return the behavior state, and then we enable resume conditions. So next time we come down, yeah, I wonder if we should actually do that here. That's the way to do it. Actually, you know, that's to be there. Try that again. I should walk over. She'll speak. And then we will return success. We will enable resume conditions. And then we'll come along and we're going to start now evaluating the resume conditions. So we're failing now. We're just going to evaluate the resume conditions until they are true. So when we leave, oh, okay. It became unavailable, that's why. Yeah, so that would have worked. So that means the evaluate has to happen here. So we have the brain. So if brain build resume conditions return. So I think we have to do that. So if resume conditions enabled, ooh. So maybe it needs to be on the brain state. Yeah, maybe it needs to be on the brain state needs to evaluate those conditions. Which it can do, I think. And then okay, rather than the brain. No, it has to be on this brain. There's only one brain state shared across every brain instance. Okay. My question is, well, so you just do find node and then you unwrap it like that. root node ID. If it failed, so yeah, most of the time I'm going to fail. Didn't fail that time. Okay, let's just see then. Nope. Return false. Yeah. Right, let's quickly go here. So she'll speak to us. And then we'll return the behavior state. And then we'll try testing. So the current node ID is 0, right? So that's probably because we call reset somewhere. I reset all the time. So it just won't reset the current root node ID. So yeah. So we did fail and we return. So basically now every frame we're testing. Now if we leave, there we go. And the resume conditions are not enabled anymore. So if we do this, so she's still going to actually take. So she's still going to come over to us. So she's still executing that behavior tree even when we move out of there. So she's going to go on with her thing now. So it's not going to reset until we come out and then we go back in again. Didn't reset at all there. Yeah, there's other patrols taken over there. So we need basically to just look. It didn't actually fire there. Oh, yeah. So we don't necessarily need that anymore. So I'm ticking the behavior controller. Let's just log line the state again, so we can see what's going on. So she comes up to me. So it's running, it's running, it's running. And now it fails there, look. Then it runs again. So why did it fail that time? So it's failing. It's failing. It's not calling begin. Okay, actually we need that breakpoint to be here. Oh man, that's ticking. That's ticking all the time. So this is or brain current node ID 0. I think to make this begin fire 2 times, it's because the begin's not firing. That's why that fail is happening. It's fail, 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 fail. So this action is failing again. That's totally fine. Oh no, it's running again. We did go through a massive stream of fails, though. Oh, it's because of this. Yeah, which we don't want. All right. Get in there now. What happened there? Oh, we need to rebuild the behavior stuff. We need to rebuild the brains. Okay. My expectation is we need to build that again. Nearly there though. Awesome. Okay, so let's just see what. So we should be able to walk out of the node, walk out of the trigger, and then walk back into it again. And the behavior tree should start firing again. We could put resume conditions up for the entire behavior as well, not just the root nodes. But we'll do that if we ever need it. And then after this is finished, we're going to really test the behavior tree system out by writing some combat with it. Some AI, some enemy combat AI. Alright, so we're moving to here. We're running the behavior tree. Then we just return success, then we move off. Then we move back in again, it's running again. Then we move off. So if we run it, and then we do that, so we're no longer running it, but Jenny's still... Okay, so what we need to do, that's a simple fix. So in order for Jenny to stop walking towards the trigger when we move off that trigger, when we're ticking, we have to basically say we have to break, we have to move to say if the hero will move next to NPC. Or would it be on leave? So it might need on leave. On leave. So let's just see if this gets fired when we... Is that right? So we've made a note about we need to fire on leave events if where's the note? It's NPC maybe. Or is it in game state? It's NPC. Here we go. Oh, that's ending activity. So yeah, we do need to do that there. If we stop evaluating this tree for any reason, like we walk out of the trigger, we need to call on leave if the node is a current action node. If the node is an action node, we need to call on leave on it, so it knows that the tree's been the action ended. in this case we need to get the movement controller and cancel the move target. Where does that happen? So if there's not a brain state, it's unavailable. We need to say brain. Well,
So that's just about set up.
cancel action
That's the
node
plan.
or something.
Oh. Oh.
Something like that. So
Oh, okay. Well, I'm setting off now, so I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, good. Okay.
cancel current node. I'm going to say well, no, I can't do that. We don't have the current node ID, do we? We can't do that. So all of a sudden this brain state becomes unavailable. Basically. Maybe we can do cancel current node. Let's just try. If current node ID see. So if we go over, so if I just like, all right, yeah, cool. Have a great time. see you there. Okay, so yeah. We say current node ID equals 0. Like that. What we can do first is we can do if auto node equals find node current node ID. If auto data equals node, try unwrap to the behavior root and the behavior action. Behavior I can't even type action then we can go through the behavior action types and call on leave, wherever that is. So we can do this. Which means on the move next to NPC on leave, this should get fired. This breakpoint should get fired when we leave. When we cancel the behavior tree. Do that. Right. It's not getting cancelled. It's not getting called. Pretty sure we were. We're just in here, so I must have to. Oh, because it's saying if it's running, it's not running anymore. I'm specifically calling on leave. We don't want to even call on tick either. We don't want to call on tick. Okay, let's try that again. So up here, do that, and then we get call it. So now we can cancel her. We can get the movement controller. And we can do MC. Reset move target. Yeah, we need to actually get game state. And that should just stop her moving towards the target if we run away. So if we do this, she'll start coming towards us and then she'll forget about it. Then she'll start coming towards us and she'll forget about it. And she'll talk to us. She'll talk to us again. That's awesome. So I think that's it. I think that's it. Let's get rid of a few of these log lines. Let's make another conversation, another dialogue for Jenny, where she says, "What are you doing in that trigger?" So if we if we create a new dialogue called Jenny behavior dialogue, then we'll create a root node. The NPC is Jenny. We're going to create a root node, and she says, "Hey, you stepped on my German Shepherd." And then we just want a choice, two choices. Sorry. So. And then a reply. You fool. So if we copy this asset ID and then we open up the brain, and we say that this dialogue is Jenny Behavior's dialogue. Let's run that. So we run over to here. You've stepped on my German Shepherd. Then you say, "So what, you fool?" Right, cool. That's it then. That's behavior trees. So one of the things as well is that little icon appears. That's kind of not really related to this. There's a little speech bubble icon that appears because that just happens when you just happen to go nearer. Okay, and she did that because we have a she came back there even though we didn't leave the trigger, because the patrol on it has an activity which is the same. So it gets to that activity and then it repeats, which is totally cool, totally fine. So what I might do is just delete that for now. I'm going to do a little bit of YouTube stuff. Okay, so I'm going to finish now. I'm going to record a bit of YouTube. And then I was going to try and get this video out tonight, but it's 3 o'clock. So I'll probably have to get it out after the weekend. I have to work on it this weekend. Anyway, I'm going to head off. It was a good stream. The system is, behavior trees are in the engine, which I'm happy about. All right.